So I'd like to announce that this will be translated tonight. So, and if you would like to introduce yourself.
I believe the microphone is off.
There you go.
Yes. Buenas noches. Un recordatorio que tenemos interpretación al español. Me llamo Lupita Jaime y estoy aquí para proporcionar servicios de interpretación junto con mi colega Jasmine Solís. Si alguien necesita intérprete, por favor, alce la mano para que le demos equipo. If anybody needs an interpreter, this announcement was made in Spanish. Please raise your hand. Alce la mano si necesita intérprete en español. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and with that, I'd like to establish a quorum.
Board President Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
And I'd like the audience to know that this open session will be audio taped and streamed. And then I would like to adopt the agenda.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Board President Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
And Jack Norman, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, now we would like to go through our student rep, ACT, CSEA comments, Board of Education, and Superintendent comments. So we would like to start with ACT. Is Bill here or someone representing ACT, Bill or Lee? Okay, so we will move into our CSEA comments. Lisa Brazil.
Hi, my name's Lisa Brazil. I'm the president of CSEA, and I have a long comment tonight. This is really for you guys. Since 2015, when Marvin Biasotti retired, we've had 5 superintendents. Each of them was released by the board for varying reasons. At least 2 of them were released or forced to resign, not because they weren't doing a good job for students and staff, but because a small number of people didn't approve of their management style or politics. Now, with our 5th superintendent, factions of our community would distract you from the real issues you hired this superintendent and his staff to address: bullying, sexual harassment, access, support for minority students, including LGBTQ+ students, staff morale, and quality education for students of this century, not my century. Remember, you chose a superintendent you thought would be courageous in the face of change and enormous challenge. We, as a district and a broader community, have laws and policies to guide our behaviors. When we behave poorly, those rules are there to guide us. Superintendent Knight and his staff have been tasked with following those policies and rules, even when they are uncomfortable or unpopular. Now, it's your turn. If you suspect these policies have not been or are not being followed, then you are duty-bound to conduct a board investigation. The oath you took when you became a board member was to uphold those rules, not to succumb to peer pressure or social bullying. It is also your job to put students first when you make decisions. Here are a few things I would like you to consider. Sexual harassment is a reality in our district. 2020 graduate Itzel Rios Ellis shined a light on this again in her recent Instagram post that has, as of last night, garnered 96 positive comments from her peers, many of whom are CHS male and female graduates who experienced or witnessed various forms of bullying or sexual harassment during their tenure in our district. She has received over 700 likes These are our own young people expressing their support for a woman brave enough to speak out. There have been articles in the Sandpiper about this topic going back years. Superintendent Knight is the first superintendent in this district to encourage students and alumni and staff to come forward with their stories so that the district can adequately grasp the breadth and width of this particular issue in order to confront it head-on through investigation and training. There are dozens of students on our campuses who feel discrimination, depression, and frustration at an adult population, that's all of us, who don't understand what it means to be a racial minority, non-binary, or LGBTQ+. They don't feel safe on our campuses. It's your job to make schools a safe place for all students and staff, regardless of their minority status or sexual orientation. This will be a painful process at first, as all of us confront our biases, and it might not be a popular approach, but it is required if we are to serve our students into their futures, and if we are to remain within the legal framework evolving across our state and this country. The last board meeting, while ostensibly about the release of Principal John Lyons, turned out to be primarily about the staff and community's desire to fire Superintendent Knight due to the supposed mishandling of a sexual harassment case. From a union and legal perspective, this case was not mishandled, and you, the board, were the final arbiters of that case. But if you think it was mishandled, you are once again required to conduct a full board investigation. Don't act based on the release of cherry-picked portions of a non-redacted personnel document and hearsay that may possibly be cover for political desires. Your actions must be based on fact and policy, not political and social pressure. You may not like Superintendent Knight's style, but style is not substance. Substantively, he has shown us through his actions that he is transparent, student-centered, supportive of staff, and that he follows the rules that you were elected to uphold. Your decisions must be based on facts. Remember, while we are on campuses interacting and teaching students daily, those students are watching you and learning how democracy and our legal system work, and how those are informed by integrity and a moral compass. Be good teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Now we'll go into Jack Norman, our student board rep. Would you like to make a comment?
Thank you. We've had some busy times recently, and our coming up month, we are also very excited. Next week is February break. When we get back, Tularcitos Elementary is having a reading and no screens week to encourage students to turn off their screens and open a book. To reward kids for turning off their screens, there will be ice cream, and to promote reading, there will be dinner and story nights, both at the school and at the Kashawa Center. Dinner will be served, and the entertainment will be provided by special reader guests. There will also be a book fair with all proceeds going to buy new books for the library. Captain Cooper also has a lot of events coming up. Tomorrow night, the School Site Council and English Learners Advisory Committee are meeting to address the needs of English language learner students. And Friday, Captain Cooper will be taking a Jurassic Quest field trip to the fairgrounds. Then on the 28th, students will be treated to a classical music show by musicians from Sand City, followed by a field trip to the Hartnell Planetarium on the 1st. Also on the 1st, the counselors are organizing an Ohana mental health presentation for the District Ohana Center. At Carmelo, the Carmel Parent Organization has ordered new cubwear with the Carmelo Cub on it for the kids to wear to express their school spirit. They did a great job, and it is very cute. River School has an assembly about caring this Friday. River and all the elementary schools will hold parent-teacher conferences March 6th through the 8th. Students at Carmel Valley High will be at the SPCA tomorrow for an educational field trip and community engagement. And today was the final day of the Nepal fundraiser at the middle school. While education is something we have often taken for granted, In Nepal, many girls cannot go to school. Our middle school students were able to successfully raise enough funds to pay for a year of education for 15 Nepali young women who would not have been able to go to school without their help. This is something the middle school has been able to do to change lives for the past 15 years. And this weekend, the high school held a Mardi Gras themed winter formal dance at the fairgrounds. And at the high school as well, in sports, basketball and soccer are finishing up their seasons with teams going to CCS playoffs. The high school spring sports of baseball, softball, boys golf, boys and girls lacrosse, boys tennis, track and field, boys volleyball, and swim and dive have started practicing and competing. And the middle school will hold tryouts for its spring sports of tennis, track and field, and wrestling right after break. And with help of high school students, they will also have a golf program this spring. The high school mock trial team won their county tournament, which qualifies them for state competition. That marks 9 straight years in a row that they have gone to state. An incredible feat. And the district will also be well represented at the state level in music by many of our middle and high school musicians at the California All-State Honor Ensembles taking place in Fresno this week. And on March 8th, you can witness how student musicians progress through the years at the District Choral Festival. From the elementary students waving at their parents, so excited to be on the big stage for the first time at the renowned Sunset Center, to the accomplished high school musicians in gowns and tuxedos, you can see the amazing results and benefits from the emphasis this district places on arts education. The band and strings will also have their district festivals at the Sunset Center later in March and then in early April. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Unfortunately, a lot of what's going on here tonight is taking away from our students, and we have many things to praise and to celebrate and to really, we are an incredible school district, and our kids are suffering because of the adults. Emma Brown, I just want to say I was blown away at your mock trial event on Saturday. It showed me the poise, the grace, the dignity that you guys all possess. You commanded that courtroom like nothing I've ever seen. And I just want to commend you. I'm sad Bill's not here tonight, but I wanted to honor him as well. We can learn a lot from you. That was an incredible event. So I commend you. And now I'd like to make a statement. I'm going to go first for board comments. I have a passion for education. Working directly with children is where I am most effective. In order to do that, I am resigning from the Board of Education. I'd like to thank my fellow board members, and I'm confident they will help move the district forward. I want to thank the superintendent and his staff for their vision, prioritizing student voice, and working to put our students first in every decision that you make. I'd also like to thank our teachers and staff, many of whom are my dearest friends. My family and I have lived in this community for almost 20 years, and I've served on the school board for over 4 of those years. I've given my heart and soul to this district. My passion for education started in the classroom, and at this point, I need to pursue my calling and return to opportunities where I can work directly with children. I'll be stepping down immediately and passing things over to Sarah Hines.
I'm just going to gather myself for a moment here, so bear with me. We will go ahead and continue the meeting with board comments. I would like to thank Tess for her service to this district, not only as a teacher at Tularcitos, a substitute, I think she was an aide at some point, and then also her time on the Board of Education. So on behalf of the rest of us on the board, we do thank her for all of her contributions, her passion, and her effort. So we'll continue with board comment, and we'll start with you, Carl.
Wow. Tough act to follow. First of all, this guy, he always outdoes me. And hearing that about Tess and finding that really along with you is really disheartening because she has been the heart of the community, mainly in Carmel Valley, Kishawa, et cetera, done an awful lot to support everybody in their time of need. But this level of conflict is a lot more than her health can manage. And I think you can see why. So, we have to ask ourselves as board members, what are we doing here? Because this is a very low paying job. And whatever we do get goes straight to the Carmel High School Scholarship Foundation. So I do this 25 years as a principal in the district, 12, going on 12 on the board. I owe this district for my career here. And hopefully the reflection of some good deeds has to do with my re-elections and leaving me here. Obviously there's an issue out there. We cannot ask the superintendent not to investigate issues between students that have to do with all of the things that we're dealing with. It's a different world. They're very hard to manage at the high school level, but you have to do it. I think sometimes the way we do it looks like the issue to me. So the board is in a no-win situation. We can't talk about personnel matters. That is not legal for us to do. So what you wind up with is one half of the narrative. And, I'm going to read a little tiny bit here from the Pine Cone, and I think Mary Chalet and Paul Miller kind of got it right. Mary Chalet aptly reports on this week's front page, secrecy opened the door for all sorts of conjecture, accusations, and indignation on the part of parents who are worried about the safety of their children, not to mention others who believe Lyons is being unfairly treated. At the meeting Tuesday, just before he was fired, the public made all sorts of inflammatory statements showing just how out of control the situation has become. That's in the editorial. That's from the editor. And that's my concern. That's my concern is this is managing a process. And I think in that respect, I'm going to say the board, we need to do a heck of a lot better job. Lisa Brazil is right. We hired the superintendent to make some changes. And unfortunately for him, a lot of those changes are ones you don't see in terms of operational management and budget and all of those kind of things that bring us into the future. So having said that, there's the issue at River School. And it breaks my heart to see issues like that managed in the press. It's very unusual to have district administration and building principals, discuss differences of opinion in the public domain, because those are really confidential issues as well regarding personnel. Puts the board in a very awkward situation. Got a 26-year principal at the River School, done one heck of a job. And then you've got the superintendent trying to do the right thing in terms of the advice he's getting from legal, which is really quite different than the advice I was getting because the world has changed on old Carl here. So what it does is it puts us in a very awkward spot. It does. And quite frankly, for me to see Jay that upset is bothersome. I worked with him for 26 years. And one thing you can count on with that guy is, he's going to say what he thinks. And so that's part of our issue, in my opinion. Some of the stuff, I got to be honest with you, some of the stuff on Instagram, and my friend Tracy or was my friend Tracy until somewhat recently. We've had a lot of really good conversations in the past. She's also given me permission to always say Tracy. I don't have to say an individual. Some of those remarks, for example, well, I always do. I'm going right to the text of the information. One of them is this. I know exactly what's going on. The only way you can know exactly what's going on is if you are sitting in on those investigations, dealing with those investigators, working within the system, so that you don't just have one side of the script that is left open for anyone to comment on and to say they know. You can't know exactly what's going on not doing that. Not doing that with you, Tracy. You said that, and you need to own that. Okay, I'm just saying that. Forget it. I'm not going to do that with you. But I'm telling you the truth. I've got the microphone. Okay, that one bothers me. When you come out and saying you know exactly what's going on, you don't. Okay, you know some things, but you can't know exactly unless you are there. Okay, that needs to be said. Number two, when you leave something festering out like this in the community without a resolution that's immediate, everybody gets to write their own script. And that's a lot of what we are seeing today because we can't talk. Okay? That needs to be said. Another thing on that Instagram, I got to be completely honest with you, that really kind of bothered me was the introduction about the superintendent's son wearing a pearl necklace. What on earth does that have to do with anything that this school board is dealing with? That stuff, let me tell you where that stuff stops. That stuff stops at the doorstep of every parent's home. We don't judge kids. What we do is support them. They're going to go through all kinds of phases. You're going to drive you crazy, and they're going to make you very proud. But we support them along the way. And we do not try to reference a family member of any employee, including the superintendent. Don't do that. That's bad news. Okay, so, I'm not going to go on, but we got a problem, and I have to be the one that says we do. Disappointing, and I know we've disappointed many of you in the community. I also know the superintendent's tried to do the right thing. I get that, but there's obviously something wrong going on here, or this room would not be full of people. I'm going to move to the next person.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Seabury?
No. Sorry, I just have to be strong. And I will be strong. I just want to acknowledge that our community is in pain. And as you can see, I'm in pain too. I think there are different perspectives swirling around, and it's very tough. This has been really, really difficult. I did write a statement because I knew this was going to happen. My community is laughter and love. Hands and hearts that show up to your front door when you are struggling. Equal and equitable education for all students. I am here to represent this community.
I do not represent a community that discriminates against those that are our most vulnerable, divides a community with unkind speech, and pushes an agenda that is for their own benefit. It pains me, anguishes me, to hear the misinformation and rumors that are plaguing our community right now. I welcome discussion, questions, and varying viewpoints, but I ask that this is done with respect and civility. I was elected to serve in this role to put the needs of our students above all else. This is and has always been my primary reason for being on the school board. I do this job only because I feel passionate about doing the right thing for our students. There is no hidden agenda. I am here for all students, regardless of race, religion, or pronouns. These are the children of this community. These are your children. These are our own children. I am here for the staff. You are highly valued, and I care for your well-being, and it is just as important. Without a supported staff, our children will suffer. I was elected by the majority of the people, and I promise you that I will continue to lead and make decisions based on these same values that put me in this position. I will not be influenced by pressure. I will not waver from my heart. You can trust me. You can trust us to create a path forward together in kindness, in compassion, and in understanding. Thank you.
Thank you so Thank you so much, Seabury. Anne Marie?
That's hard to follow, you guys. I've debated for several days as to what to say here. I don't know if some of you know me and know that I have, my job is from outside of this community, but I have lived in this community my entire life. I've been 9th generation Californian. My family has been here since 1769. I have seen lots of stuff going on, but I will tell you what people have said to me from outside this community, and I am having a hard time defending this. People have called us xenophobic, folks. People have called us xenophobic. That means a fear of strangers. From the Latin, what it's grown into now is to mean a group who are fearful of others with racial differences, sexual orientation differences, and even those different socioeconomic standing. I have heard this word from so many people recently about my district. This is shameful to live in such a beautiful place and to allow to be labeled with such an ugly word. I have heard some of the ugliest combinations of words in emails and public comment recently. I understand that you are upset and you're wanting to know more. I wish I could tell you. But I can say that I know for a fact that if you were in this seat, having seen and heard what I have, that your decisions would be the same as mine, to do what is in the best interest of all the children of this district. This board hired Dr. Knight knowing his resume and hearing his success stories. He's a systems guy. He knows what high-achieving, well-functioning school districts look like. He has held a variety of positions from teacher to site administrator to district office level. He's got the ability to help this district put systems in place to carry us to new levels of success. From the first moment I met him until right this minute, I have had no doubt that his true north is the best interest of all the students in this district. I've gone back and looked at the requisites that the public asked for in a superintendent, a nationwide search. That's somebody from outside our community, folks. Someone who would spearhead change, a person who would reach out to the sites in their respective communities, someone who can communicate with children. Dr. Knight has ticked all of these boxes. He has a district office staff who can do the same. For those of you who have experience in owning a business or being in management, you know that personnel issues are not to be disclosed. Period. For those of you in education, you know that student issues cannot be revealed. Period. Additionally, you know that everyone who works with children are mandated reporters. I'm a mandated reporter, folks. I report what I hear about children being in harm's way, and even if I have a suspicion of a child being in harm's way. I do not investigate because that is the job is the job of outside investigators, the sheriff, and Child Protective Services. I not only report because I care about children, but the state and federal government mandate it and will heavily fine me, incarcerate me, and or take away my licenses if I do not report. I have sworn to uphold the laws of this country and this state, not only as a teacher, but as a school board member. There are members of this community who are trying to bully the board and or Dr. Knight into doing things that are right illegal. I cannot and will not be party to that. There are times when I feel as though I'm a millennial in the transition generation from analog to digital, well-versed in both, and can explain either system to the generation above or below me. When I started at CUSD, we were a very small school with a small school mind set and systems that were school-minded small. I can teach with a chalkboard, whiteboard, and sometimes with a paper bag and a pencil. Or all the techie stuff to the point where my classes were able to be completely virtual, books, lectures, and homework available via my site and completely interactive. I was present 20 years ago when this board, not any of these members, but the people who sat here before me, made the decision to have Pali High, Acalantes High, Gunn High School be the new comparison schools for us, not our neighborhood schools, schools from the Bay Area. That board wanted a prestigious school with 75% of the students graduating, heading into four-year colleges and universities. For the most part, they've achieved their goal. But they forgot one thing. They didn't put systems in place necessary to support students. They essentially built out their 2-bedroom, 1-bath home without updating the foundation, electrical, or plumbing. The house is a stunner, folks, but can't handle the new capacity needs. We've been operating a high-achieving school and getting outstanding results with the small school tools that are stressed out to the max and about to collapse. Please forgive the metaphor that I'm about to use, but I can't figure out anything else to use. We're looking at a wound that is usually covered up and looks tidy, but underneath it has been festering, not just recently, but for years. It is open, it is raw, it smarts like the dickens, but we need to clean it out and leave it open for us to heal from the inside out. You must trust us to do our jobs and handle the situations as best we can. We have the district staff who have the talent, education, and practice to be able to help us heal, putting the systems in place that we will, so that we will not need to revisit this wound, since it will be no longer. I want to leave you with a few antonyms to xenophobia that we have as this community and we can use to change. Fairness, impartiality, tolerance, approval, goodwill, love, and admiration. Those are what I want to hear when I go outside of this district about my district. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie. I have a brief statement. Out of respect for all of you that are here this evening, I am anxious to hear what all of you have to say. I care deeply about what everybody in this room thinks and feels and wants to say this evening. So out of respect for everyone who is here, I would like to personally thank all of the teachers, parents, community members, and staff who have reached out to me. I have appreciated every single one of our conversations. I hear you, and I agree with you. We are fractured, needing to find a path forward where we can come together again. Thank you for trusting me as a parent, a Carmel native, and a member of the Board of Education. Thank you for trusting me with your thoughts and feelings and suggestions as we move forward. I take every conversation, every unspoken word, every glance, every bit of passion, and all of the tears very, very seriously. I love this community and these schools more than anyone will ever know. We need to do better, and we need to be better moving forward and get this community back to where it was. I thank you all so much for being here tonight. Dr. Knight.
Thank you, Sarah. I want to begin my comments this evening by thanking Tess Arthur for her years of service to this district and community, not just as a board member, but as an advocate for all children. Very few know of the sacrifices that all of these board members make, and we should be celebrating her for what she's accomplished for this district and this community. I'm asking that our community understand that there have been some very difficult decisions made recently, and there is no one in the audience who has all the facts. I came to this district with the same intentions that I've had for over 25 years in public education, and that is to make decisions in the best interest of students, and I mean all students. I do not expect everyone in this room to agree with the decisions that I've made, but those decisions are mine, and I would ask that you aim your criticism towards me and not attack our students, my staff, or my board. We are dealing with adult issues here, and I would ask that you not make any disparaging remarks about any of our students, including mine. I also want to add that my staff has done nothing wrong. My board has done nothing wrong. I have continued to advocate for this board to bring in a third-party reviewer to audit the district's actions and the decisions that were made. You've heard me say before that superintendents get too much credit when things go right and too much criticism when things go wrong. So if you have something to say, please say it to me. It comes with the territory, but leave our students, my staff, and our board out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for their comments up here. So we will move on to agenda item F. This is where we will enter the public comment portion of the agenda this evening. This is where all of you, members of the public, may address the board regarding items on the open session agenda or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. Where the board has agendized a separate public hearing as part of this meeting, the public will have an opportunity to comment on that topic. We do not have any public hearings this evening. As we can all agree, I think, we are all committed to remaining in a respectful environment tonight. So if we could continue to do so, that would be excellent. And if you are here for public comment and have not selected a number from the ticket machine, please go ahead and do so. And I will go ahead and get started with public comment number 21.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bobby Pfeiffer, and I stand here as a sexual assault survivor in support of the students, staff, and fellow community members allegedly affected by sexual harassment within the district. I speak on behalf of numerous individuals and families who aren't present as they chose not to sacrifice their mental health to the often hostile and triggering nature of board meetings, especially lately. I came to represent my children. They deserve schools free of danger, but I alone cannot protect them. I need you, expert educators and administrators, to help me. In the aftermath of recent events, there's a sense of mistrust among parents in your ability to create a safe learning environment for all. I was asked by the district for my input on how to enable the community to contribute with solutions. I'm not here to demand, I'm here to contribute. My answer is based on thoroughly accumulated feedback, which I will provide separately. It's as follows. The community is and has been reaching out. They just feel like they aren't being heard. The public has repeatedly brought up troubling experiences only to be ignored and invalidated. My role is to amplify these voices and reclaim the community's right to fair and equal representation. I feel like allegations of mishandled sexual assault reports are symptomatic of something bigger. A widespread, deeply rooted, and very well masked cultural problem that has to do with discrimination and intolerance. And I just want to say something. I feel like the majority of us, that does not apply to. But that exists, nevertheless. Most vulnerable to this culture are at-risk socioeconomic groups, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, neurodivergent and special needs students, non-native speakers, people from various religious backgrounds, and members of the LGBTQ community. They have expressed concerns about hate symbols in speech, instances of biased treatment, and lack of diverse perspectives on how our schools teach and operate. Such concerns are often met with defensiveness, resistance, even indignation. That's not possible. And promptly dismissed, but they're not unfounded. We claim to uphold excellence in privilege equity, and we have a lot of privilege. The lack of action to support this narrative is often very demoralizing. We can no longer avoid difficult, uncomfortable conversations or afford to idle. Ultimately, this is a question of identity, and it takes It takes collective effort to define who we are. I'm not calling for dismissals today. I'm not going to engage in petty personal grudges. I want you to stay right where you are, and I want us to continue to come together and deal with this firmly to our best level of competence and model accountability to our children.
I'm sorry.
we've been
I'm
preoccupied.
sorry. We have so many people here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's it.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you.
Thank you. And if we could, I know the 3 minutes goes by in a blink, but if we could adhere to the 3 minutes this evening in the spirit of wanting to have everybody speak and give everybody their moment, that would be excellent. I hate interrupting people while they're talking. Number 22, please.
Good evening. My name is Heather Lyons. I'm a parent in this district with two 11th graders and a 7th grader at CMS. I am also the wife of Jonathan Lyons. I am here to deliver a prepared statement from our attorney regarding my husband's mysterious leave of absence. The letter reads as follows. This office represents Jonathan Lyons, principal of Carmel High School, who is the subject of a recent controversy. I am writing because, although Mr. Lyons has been given the opportunity to speak through media interviews, his comments have always been made in response to the district's placements in the media or actions at the recent special meeting of the Carmel School Board. So the dialogue has been controlled by others. A significant element of this narrative of this situation, namely the district's investigation of this matter, has been withheld from the public and we suspect from the board. That story sheds a new light on the press releases of the district. Principal Lyons was placed on administrative leave pending investigation on December 16, 2022, with no cause given. He sought the services of our office through his membership of the Association of California School Administrators, and we contacted the district but were unable to learn who would be investigating, whatever was involved in this matter, or even what law firm was representing the district. Eventually, we were given the name of a law firm, but the name of the investigator was withheld. In the meantime, Mr. Lyons, who lives in the area and is a popular figure, found himself the subject of widespread rumors which he was unable to dispel since he had never been apprised of the nature of the investigation. Repeated phone calls to the office of Dennis Walliver and Kelly, the district's law firm, yielded no progress. Finally, on January 13th, 2023, almost 1 month after Mr. Lyons was placed on administrative leave,
We received an email from Barbara Vrankovich, who introduced herself as the district's investigator in the matter leading to the imposition of the administrative leave. We tried to impress on Ms. Vrankovich the need of my client to get this matter resolved for the sake of his reputation in the community and for the sake of his children who attend school in the district. Ms. Vrankovich said that she understood and remarked that the interview should not take long. While she was not free to disclose the precise nature of the incident or incidents under investigation, she did assure me that it did not involve any inappropriate sexual contact with students or allegations of misuse or controlled or illegal substances. I told her Mr. Lyons would appreciate knowing these issues were not alleged since we had no idea the source or substance of any allegation. Within a few days, we scheduled a Zoom interview for Mr. Lyons on January 19th. While the precise subject of this interview is confidential, it is significant to note in light of the superintendent's later misleading press release the following. 1. The investigatory interview lasted around an hour and focused on one meeting that Mr. Lyons was called into as he was walking by the meeting room. 2. There was no allegation of anything resembling criminal or criminally negligent activity on Mr. Lyons' part, and no questions about any pattern of misconduct on the part of Mr. Lyons, but rather the inquiry centered around a remark made by him in the meeting in question that may have been misconstrued. And number 3, Mr. Lyons was cooperative throughout, and the interview ended with Mr. Lyons providing the name of some witnesses he thought he could shed light on the meeting. I'm going to try to go fast. Basically, the rest of the thing says he tried to get a hold of, our lawyer tried to get a hold of the district. They refused to talk to him until much later. And then the lawyer said that they were unable to comment. He concludes with saying, many may be curious and disbelieving about the description of Mr. Lyons suggested by the district's press release, including perhaps the district board of trustees. Now know that the district's investigation of Mr. Lyons disclosed nothing like the image that the superintendent has sought to portray. Sincerely yours, the Bennett Law Office of Barry J. Bennett.
Thank you. Number 23, please. And if we could please stick to the 3 minutes, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, I love to talk. Okay, I'm a retired teacher, a retired, substitute teacher, and a retired flight attendant. I was fired on Monday from being a substitute teacher because I went to the bathroom while I was substitute teaching. But I know what actually happened. When I came in on Thursday, I was told to not talk to the children and to write up any of the children that were discussing things, which seemed like a catch-22 to me. So one of my students was called to the office and he was interviewed. And he came back and all the kids flustered around him, and he was a transgender, lovely, lovely student. And he said, well, I was told by the principal. And I said, who? Well, he said, Mr. Knight. I said, that's the superintendent. He said, I can go to any bathroom I want to go to, absolutely any bathroom I want to go to. And I said, is that a problem? And he goes, well, yeah, the boys beat me up in the boys' bathroom, and I went to the girls' bathroom and I got suspended. Said, that is a problem. So how can we solve this? And I said, well, maybe we could get some porta potties. He said, that is a great idea. Made my heart sing. I don't need to sub. I don't need the money. I do it because I love these kids. I really like the kids at Carmel. And this kid looked at me and he said, I don't think I'm going to survive this year. He said, you really helped me. And that's the part that makes me so sad. There's no solutions. Everybody's just getting angry and writing people up for going to the bathroom. That was a gotcha kind of moment. So I'm really sad. I guess I'll end up at private schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 24, please.
Hello, I'm a parent in this district. My wife and I are here today in support of Principal Lyons. Recently, did we turn it off? 1, 2, 3. Good.
If we could restart the clock at 3.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a parent in this district. My wife and I are here today in support of Principal Lyons. Recently, several statements and actions by the district are concerning to us. As reported last week in the Monterey Herald, there was a harassment incident involving 2 employees, which occurred earlier last year. Whose decision was it to reassign the custodian to River School without notifying the River School principal? If this custodian was mutually separated from the district due to concern for his safety, as Superintendent Knight stated in the Herald article, who made the safety threat that Knight refers to? I would assume that the board and the district might receive angry emails or phone calls from time to time. I do not condone that. I don't think anybody here does, nor do I need to know any details. But as a parent in this district, I would like to know what information was the district acting on. Have the persons or persons threatening the custodian been arrested or detained? Was law enforcement involved? A police report filed? I believe our community should know more about someone threatening an employee of the district. I certainly hope that the threat was not made by parents speaking up at school board meetings. Superintendent Knight has hinted that there might be a political agenda underlying political comments at school board meetings. From an article in the Monterey Weekly last year, quote, "Tonight, the endless political debates in school districts point to an effort by the right to do something much bigger. I think it's part of the strategy," he says. "If you ruin public education, you crush our democracy." Are we to assume that in Dr. Knight's view, parents expressing controversial points of view are engaging in endless political debates or ruining public education? Knight's comments are misleading and suppressive. His comments minimize the voices of those that express concern about issues in our schools. In the harassment incident involving 2 students, the results are so concerning that the sheriffs and the DA are looking into the matter. To be clear, John Lyons is being investigated for the handling of a harassment complaint between the 2 students. What if the DA and sheriff conclude that there is no merit to the accusation of mishandling? Will John Lyons be reinstated? It appears that Lyons has already been found guilty in a certain court of opinion. In regards to student and staff member safety, what are the, quote, threats, intimidations, and lies, unquote, Knight is referring to in the community update email last week? Again, is this about parents speaking up at board meetings? In conclusion, sexual harassment allegations in the district need to be taken seriously and investigated. However, the district's evocative rhetoric and vilification are not only disruptive, but wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 25, please.
Hello, my name is Mika Bruno. You know me very well by now and my accent. I'm a parent of 2 learners, and this is my speech. Mr. Knight often talks about putting students first, yet what we've seen in this district from him is putting money first and not students. A quick Google search will show his old district publicly shaming him for the same behavior and the destruction of their district. Mr. Knight came in and hired multiple new employees at the district office, all to the tune of $2.5 million on their salaries. The new hires, handpicked by Mr. Knight and Mr. Chavez, are imports from other school districts brought here to earn big incomes, and gone are the community employees. We want our community school back, not some cookie-cutter version of their old school district. We keep hearing repetitively from Ted that students are the focus. But if students were truly the focus, they would stop trying to increase class sizes and combine classes. If the focus was truly on the students, the $2.5 million would have been used toward their education, rather than paying for all these new positions. Just as Mr. Knight's previous district, our district will need a lot of time to undo the damage it has already done. It's time for the board to stop outsourcing the hire of a new superintendent we have seen on multiple occasions that doesn't work. Hire from within the district one of the qualified people we have locally for the superintendent position. This first item of business is to get us back on track. The only way to do this is to remove Craig Chavez and Ted Knight. They both continue to silence those that they don't care about and don't fit their agenda. They are bullies who continue to defame those that speak up, including us, the parents, against them. They are wreaking havoc in this district. I demand a no vote confidence on Ted Knight. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 26, please. Is there number 26? Number 26? All right, we will move on to number 27.
Good evening. My name is Ian Martin. I'm a CUSD parent. I'm alarmed and disappointed at some of the recent transphobic remarks made at the last school board meeting and during public comment and on social media. In light of those remarks, I felt the need to come here tonight to say that I am proud to stand with trans students and their families, and that I'm a proud ally of the LGBTQ community. There are many more people in this community like me, people who believe that CUSD schools are places where everyone should feel welcome, included, and safe, places where differences are tolerated and respected. Feeling safe, of course, means freedom from bullying and discrimination, and obviously freedom from sexual assault and harassment. It's incumbent upon you, the CUSD board and superintendent, to make sure that our schools are safe and to make sure that CUSD's messages of inclusion is heard loud and clear by everyone who is fortunate enough to be a member of our school community: students, parents, faculty, and staff. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Number 28, please.
Good evening, board. I've been where you have been. I was 12 years on the Monterey School District, and there were nights when we had a line of 200 people because we were closing 4 schools. We were leaving people without jobs. We were closing everything because we were $22 million in debt and no one knew. That was my first year on the school board. Being on a school board was one of the toughest things I've ever done in my entire life. I feel your pain. I understand what you're going through. And I believe in this audience, there are many people out there that support this board. And I believe that you truly know that they're doing the best job that they can do. It's a legal thing that they can't undo. We were always, as a teacher, I taught for 32 years in the Monterey School District, and then I ran for school board for 12 years. You are so legally bound by what you do with children and what you do on this board. Ted, thank you for the wonderful letter that you sent out, because it explained to me, as a former board member, all that you could explain legally. I appreciate that. For the rest of you, my wonderful baseball friend over there, I really feel your pain, and I just hope that the people in this room can be kind and understanding to what they're going through, because I can remember nights when I went home and I cried and cried and cried, and I wanted to resign and resign and resign, and I didn't do it because of the kids and because of the love of the kids and because I believed in our community and our education. And I just hope that all of you in this room can give them the kindness that they deserve. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Number 29, please. 29. Anyone? 29? All right, we're going to move on to number 30. $31. Okay, I'm just going to keep going. And okay, 32. Thank you, sorry.
My name is Christy Kale. I'm the parent of 3 River students, and I'm just going to read my comments because I hate public speaking. My first question is, does Ted Knight live in our community? I would like to know if he does. I would like to know if his family lives in our community, and if the answer is no, I would like to know why. Every board member tonight talked about the importance of our community, but how can he represent our community and our values when he is not a part of this community? I would also like to know if he does not live here and still maintains a home in Colorado, as I have heard from rumors, does the school district pay for his housing here and his travel to and from? Next, I want to say there should be 0 tolerance for sexual harassment in the workplace. My husband is in the military, and that is there's 0 tolerance. So we really just don't understand what happened with the reassigning of someone accused of sexual harassment. It seems like it would be against state regulations, and if it's not, it should be. It seems like it's unethical, immoral, and arguably criminal. My next point, Mr. Palestrini called out certain individuals, certain parents, for their very loud tactics. I personally don't really agree with loud in-your-face tactics, but I want you to know that there is a large majority of parents that are not in support of Superintendent Knight. We're just not loud. Unfortunately, the only ones who get the attention are the ones that are being loud. We are concerned parents who are not being heard. I also think that the board is squandering the vast resources provided by the taxpayers of this community. I think the school board should be more concerned with our test scores and college admittance rates. Mr. Palestrini keeps saying we can't possibly know what is going on, we only know one side, and that's true. It's because there's no transparency. We want to know what happened to Barbara Del Varga. Why are you terminating capable people like her and Principal Lyons and keeping Knight, who clearly acted inappropriately? I don't have a lot to add about Mr. Lyons since I don't have any older children. I have heard from many parents that he was a great principal. Mr. Knight maligning Mr. Martin in the Herald was something my husband and I found unacceptable. I would also like to commend Mr. Martin for his courage in immediately refuting the lies that were perpetuated by Superintendent Knight or the Herald. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Number 33.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Lindholm, and I graduated from Carmel High School last year. And I'm just here to share the story that I lived through during my 2 years at Carmel High School. I grew up in this district. I went to River School. I went to the middle school. And when I got to the high school, almost immediately after I got there, I was hit by the sexual assault scandal. Now, my personal stake in this is much higher because one of my best friends that I've known since childhood was violently assaulted by a student of Carmel High School. She developed an eating disorder because she could not put food in her mouth without throwing up, and this student, was later convicted and pled guilty to sexual battery, which is sexual assault with the threat of force or violence. Now, when I, like so many others, were disturbed to see that he was walking around campus with no consequences, he was allowed to participate in sports, he was allowed to do electives, he was allowed to be a club member, and most of all, he was chosen to represent the school and show new students around. These are freshman girls, his victim pool. I could have been one of his victims, and many of my friends were one of those people. I could name several other cases, and I'm sure that you can talk to many students that have been discounted. When we and others spoke up to the administration over 2 years, I repeatedly asked for evidence of action being taken for the laws that people kept citing about why they could not take action. And no one in the administration was ever able to provide me with concrete evidence of either action or law preventing them from it. I spent so much of my time on this to have no results. I was invited to be on this committee that was supposed to oversee a task force of some kind to take action. And I, already having this thought that it might just be a diversion to prevent public comment, I opted out of that, and I still have yet to see any evidence of the existence of that committee or of any action taken by them. The other thing I would like to say is that throughout this, members of the administration have not shown any remorse towards the family of their victims. I spoke very closely with the family of the victim I spoke of earlier, and they have not received any condolences, any effort from any of the administration, including Mr. Lyons, who they have spoken to directly, saying, "We're sorry for this is happening to you. We know that this is a rough time." And this just shows that the depth and the severity of this issue that is plaguing our community, that is endangering our students, is not grasped by members of the CHS administration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. We appreciate. Number 34, please. Number 35. Oh, 34. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just a little bit in shock. That was my daughter. I just wanted to beg the room for civility in these matters. My daughter and many of her colleagues, her peers, have information. She's a rational and organized person who came forward with information that wasn't processed in a normal fashion. In general, when we speak to one another, I hope we will remember, others have said this, that we live in a deliberative democracy. Without exchanging ideas in a calm and factual way, as opposed to opining, we really have no chance of solving these problems. So I want to thank my daughter for the courage to come forward and tell a little bit about what she and her friends have lived through. And I guarantee you, from listening to this for years, that that is the tip of the iceberg. So please, let's keep it civil, let's keep it calm, let's keep it rational and logical, and get to the bottom of this problem together. I know that's how a good community works. I've seen it before, and I know we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 35, please.
My name is Tracy Henderson. I'm a lawyer, but I'm here as a mom tonight. My family was extremely embarrassed by the lies Ted told to KSBW. Yes, a young reporter who only cares about Instagram followers and clickbait did the story, but Ted, you lied to the media. There are at least 3 reasons in my story why you can terminate Ted Knight for cause. Last week, I was in court when you folks called a special board meeting. I wasn't able to attend. 100 people showed up. I had nothing to do with that. I'm a distraction. So I came afterwards in the invite of parents, and I went and I spoke to the media, I spoke to parents, and I went and I looked for you guys because you don't return my phone calls. You don't return my emails. Even you, Carl, have stopped calling me. We've talked for hours before. So how am I supposed to ask you why you just made the biggest mistake of your life that's going to get you sued? You have a government code on this agenda tonight that says that you need to give 24 hours notice to anybody discussing their personnel situations. Principal Lyons' personnel discussion happened in less than 24 hours. Under that same government code, that means the action that you took at that board meeting is null and void. I'm betting Ted Knight told you to do that because of the leak to the Herald by a teacher from one of the sexual harassment victims, and Ted wasn't able to get to the Herald managing editor first to spin the story. So he encouraged you to call a special board meeting and continue to ruin and damage John Lyons' reputation. But that's not all. I was on the news story, the video showed me walking out of the building with an officer. And people who are not listening, don't talk to me, don't pick up the phone and call me, don't ask me what's really going on or what I know to confirm if I'm correct or incorrect. Believe that. that I did something wrong when I went there to talk to you. You had left out the back. I had no opportunity to do so. That violated Civil Code Section 51.7 because they consider that threat of violence by intimidation by making a knowing false police report, because you're inviting the one person in our society that can use reasonable force and has a gun to intimidate somebody. And you're making me the distraction, Ted, so that nobody's looking at your lies. Okay, it violates Penal Code Section 148.5. I'm a distraction, but you embarrassed my daughter. She came home crying because people who don't know what they're talking about don't bother to pick up the phone and call me and ask what really happened that day. And there are 10 witnesses that were there, thought I had made a disruption worth calling the police. And this is the second time you've done that to me. And the reason I didn't sue the first time, even though I had a slam dunk case for defamation and discrimination, is because of my daughter. This is about the kids. I am a distraction. I just happen to be a lawyer. Please terminate Ted. Here's his contract. It shows you can do it just on those codes.
Thank you. Number 36, please.
Hi, my name is Shelley, and I have 2 students who attend Carmel District Schools. After the special board meeting last Monday, where about 20 people gave statements during the public comment section of the meeting, KSBW News did a report. The reporter said that Superintendent Ted Knight says parents' criticisms are not well informed. Then Ted Knight gave an interview. I'm going to play that now.
It's not, I don't think they were concerned about the situation today. We don't see that the mayor was voting on today, and I think this is yet a certain small.
In case that couldn't be heard, I will repeat Ted's quote. I think this is yet another way for a certain small group of people to try to attack and denigrate public education. These comments from Ted Knight are similar to his input to the Monterey County Weekly newspaper article from March of this year that was discussing parents' involvement with school boards and school districts. It says, quote, to Ted Knight, the endless political debates in school districts point to an effort by the right to do something much bigger. Ted says, I think it's part of the strategy. If you ruin public education, you crush democracy. These comments by Ted Knight are very upsetting. Any concern or opposition I raise with the school district is definitely not because I am trying to denigrate or ruin public education. And anytime I question or offer a different viewpoint, that should not be qualified as attacking public education. My involvement is to try to save public education and keep the integrity of the public schools. I am sure that many parents that are here tonight are not here to denigrate or ruin public education. For years, parents have been told by our schools that we, as the parents, are supposed to work with the schools as a team, and that parents should be involved for their students' success. And that is what we are doing. But now we are being vilified and accused of trying to ruin public education. Per the Carmel Unified School Board bylaws, Board Policy 2111, the Superintendent Governance Standards, it states, to support the board and the governance of the district, the superintendent should value, advocate, and support public education and all stakeholders. He should recognize and respect the differences of perspective and ensure that diverse range of views inform board decisions, and communicate openly with trust and integrity. With Ted Knight making comments saying concerned parents are trying to ruin public education, I question the board if Ted Knight is upholding his superintendent responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 37, please.
Hi,
I'm Christina Bell. I'm the mom of 2 young boys. I'm a feminist and I'm an LGBTQ plus ally. Let's just put all the letters in there. I want to take a moment to just recognize all the parents who are here tonight and all of the parents who are at home taking care of our children. I'm proud to be counted as one of such a committed group of respectful and kind parents. Carmel Unified Schools are public schools. That means everyone who lives in our community is welcome here. No matter your race, you are welcome here. No matter if you have a disability, you're welcome here. If you're gay, straight, or trans, you are welcome here. If you have a severed or melded or otherwise unique family structure, you are welcome here. If your family grew up here, you're welcome here. And if you are new to this district, you are welcome here too. And because all of us are welcome here, our campuses, our clubs, our after-school curriculum, even the flags we hang in our classrooms have to represent all students in our halls. And our teachers, staff, and our administration are expected to not only tolerate, but fight for the right for everyone to be represented and their uniqueness honored. I would like to thank the board for their service and for ensuring the safety of all children in our schools and for defending our LGBTQ community and I'm sure that they will address all Title IX and discrimination issues with the utmost seriousness as we've seen. And if you disagree with me, you are still welcome here because hate has no place in Carmel schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 38, please. Number 38. Number 39. May I ask if you're 38 or 39?
39.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Dalila Epperson, and I have been speaking at school boards for 2 years now. There's a common theme. They are not listening to you parents. And parents, you are the majority. And yes, we have been silent a long time because we trusted our school board. And it's not the superintendent's school board. It's your school board. So he misspoke there. Okay? And you heard Principal Tess before she resigned say that this is the problem. She's pointing to you. You are all the problem because they don't want to hear from you. They're not listening to you, and they're not going to change anything. You're going to have to change it. So I continue to speak at school board meetings, but I speak to the parents because I know they're not listening. They don't care to listen to you, and they're not going to change anything unless you parents change it. Public education, they're talking about public education, then teach education, science, history, math, and so on and so forth. Put that above everything else and everything would be great, but they're teaching all sorts of things that they're not supposed to be teaching, and then they're telling the students to shh, don't tell your parents. And no, that is nationwide. If you go to a lot of news sources, you will see that that is nationwide. They are hiding the supplemental education, not the curriculum. They'll give that to you, no problem. But the supplemental education, they are hiding that from the parents. You have to ask for that specifically. The other thing that I like to tell the parents is public, private, charter schools, they're all the same. Your child is not safe. If you take them out of this public school and put them in a private school, they're still doing the same thing. So I tell the parents, if at all possible, homeschool. Get together with other parents in your neighborhood and homeschool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 40, please.
Good evening. My name is Mia Baglietto, and I'm a teacher at the high school and a parent. First and foremost, before I say what I have to say, my heart breaks for you. And
Mia,
any
is it on?
child that comes into my classroom, I love wholeheartedly. And I know that all the teachers that work on my campus feel that way. Many have said that I'm crazy for standing up and voicing my opinion, but I'm not going to live in fear. I'm not going to be bullied or silenced into not expressing my opinion. I am praying that the board is going to stop the ongoing imploding of this district. I am truly saddened by what has happened on our campus and the dark cloud that we are working under. The things that are happening in the direction of Mr. Knight and trying to take this district and destroys the reasons that I moved here with my daughter and myself. I don't want her to go to a school that feels like a Bay Area school with large class sizes and combined classes, or I would have moved to the Bay Area. I did not pull her out of a school that is rated a 9 to have her put in a school that was overly filled classrooms and little to no individual attention. I wanted to bring her here where she could get a great education and a close-knit community. I felt so blessed when we moved here. The amazing education that she was getting in the classroom, coupled with so many hands-on experiences outside the classroom, whether it be the garden at Tular or the habitat here at the middle school. She loves her classes, and she enjoys her teachers, and I don't want that to change any more than it already has. I have not recently spoken to any person that trusts Mr. Knight, and in the fact, every day there seems to be another person that expresses their distrust of him. He has mercilessly destroyed a man's life and career. For what exactly? We won't ever know the whole story. The situation with Mr. Lyons could have been handled so much better, and certainly with more humanity. I'm saddened by how the handling of the situation made our district look and how cutthroat it felt. Saddened, a man many students on our campus valued and who brought a smile to their faces. Sorry, I lost my place. I'm saddened by how the handling of the situation made our district look and how cutthroat it felt. Saddened that a man many students on our campus valued and who brought a smile to their face was just one day gone without explanation. This kindness week on campus, but kindness and humility was not shown to Mr. Lyons. I am despaired by the fact that so many don't feel comfortable with and do not trust Mr. Knight's leadership. We were recently told in a meeting that it is not over and things are they're going to be bad, and there is a deeper dive into what he calls systemic sexual harassment issues. We now have an HR calling students at home to give bad reports on teachers, and we have others being investigated. Our students do not need another adult on our campus removed. The message is if you speak out, you get the wrath. The fear-mongering is at a staggering level, and cancel culture is alive and well at Carmel Unified. Everyone is walking around on eggshells, and teachers are meeting in back corners of classrooms to talk because they are afraid of repercussions.
Mia, I'm so sorry. Can you wrap it? I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
I don't want to see another teacher gone. I value the people I work with, and I implore you to look at the situation and see that it needs to be stopped immediately before any more damage is done.
Thank you. Number 41.
Yeah. So most of you in this room probably know me, and I like to cry when I speak, so I apologize. I have to tell you, whoever just spoke, and I don't know your name and I don't know you, that this school board doesn't listen. Tess Arthur leaving this room, resigning, we should be embarrassed. She is a important person that was on this school board, and you have got to let the investigation happen. This school board is here as elected officials that we all elected. And if you don't like it, then get out to vote. We're a small majority, all the people in this room. We need to listen to the kids. Do the kids love the principal? Sorry. Do the kids feel supported? Do the kids come home to you and complain about what's going on at school? My kids, I won't even go into it. I have 2 kids at the high school. One is graduating and one is a junior. And hopefully she'll speak. We have Jack Norman, who's on the board. These guys care. And we need to embrace the process and let it happen. If there's wrong that has occurred at the high school at the hands of any administrator, whether it's Ted Knight, whether it's John Lyons, whether it's someone else, that process will come out because an investigation has been started. You got to let the process happen. Whoever said that John Lyons was hung out without an investigation, none of us know what happened. None of us, because they can't tell us. But we're doing the same thing to Ted Knight. People are Googling him and finding out what he's doing. It's like, who are we? We're a community about our kids and the safety of our kids. We need to come together instead of ripping everyone in this district apart and letting Seabury Nakbar, which is one of the most incredible women I've ever met, cry because we put her there and now we're tearing her apart. We have a child, an adult, Zibby, I'm so proud of you, come to you before you and tell you a story that happened at the high school. They're doing an investigation. What can you ask of this board? What can you ask of the superintendent? I just don't get it. And the LGBT, I'm going to say this. We have to think of the kids. The kids are the most important part. They embrace each other. Why can't we? Why can't we embrace the uniqueness of our community? That's it.
Thank you. Number 42, please. 42.
Hi, Randall Frederick. I have 2 boys, one at middle and one at high school. I'm a proponent of vaccines, mask mandates, and diversity, and I appreciate the board and Superintendent Knight's stances on these matters. I also believe of the importance of ensuring everyone has a voice in these meetings, but I hope we all remember that we are role models for our children. It's interesting that it's ironic that it's Kindness Week, but we may have strong beliefs but still be civil in our manners and our discourse. Whether it was warranted or not, I personally don't agree with the way Superintendent Knight has conducted the firing of Principal Lyons. I think the statements released were misleading and sometimes self-serving. Furthermore, there appeared to be a lack of transparency on the location and the timing of the meeting where the decision was actually made. That said, we elected this board. If anyone wants to be on the board, run next time. I trust that they are smart, independent people that are not going to be persuaded by a superintendent into doing something they don't agree with. So I don't envy any of them their positions, and I'm super grateful for the hard work that they do. It's a thankless job. COVID multiplied that on many levels. They should never have to take verbal abuse or threats or anything about their credibility for trying to do the right thing for the school district. And between the COVID and the stadium lights, all that, I'm just shocked at what people say at these meetings and in the press. I think we need to support our board and see where it takes us. If they think Superintendent Knight is not doing his job or created unnecessary divisive environment in his personnel action, then it's their decision whether to keep him or not. It's not something that we want a mob to try to run them out, right? So if we end up searching for another superintendent, I would like to understand that hiring process. I moved here 4 years ago, my family specifically for the school district, and we've had several superintendents in that time. So it seems like the board might want to look at that process in the future, and nice maybe to hire someone from in the district. But I appreciate the board. I know that they are doing what's in the best interests of the children, and it's not a fun job. They're not doing it for money or personal gain. They are here for the kids, and I just think we need to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Number 43.
Hi, my name is Maya West, and I have a daughter in the school district, and I'm actually here for her, and I'm here for all of you in this room. I'm here for the parents who can't be here tonight because they're caring for a loved one, someone who might be ill at home. They themselves might be struggling with mental health issues and the challenges of this time we're in. And I'm here in support of leadership to change systems that need to be changed. And I look no further than the guidance of my daughter. Sometimes it's hard to hear what she has to say because she's a different generation than me. It's hard to believe some of the stories that she shared. It's hard to listen to the children that have come to our house to talk about the challenges that they face in their homes, in the communities, and in the school. But when I think about my daughter later, when she has her own children and she looks back on this time that we're all here for, I want her to be proud of myself. I want her to be proud of my husband. I want her to be proud of the teachers and the other parents in the community. And I want her to think that we led with integrity and that we cared about our children, all of our children, everyone in our community. The easiest thing to do is to scapegoat our leaders. We do this all the time. The harder thing to do is to allow momentum to build, to allow a process to be seen through. If we change our leadership every year, then we actually can't say what this community is capable of. It's our responsibility to support an equitable and diverse learning environment for all of our children. I ask that we give this team, these leaders, this board, and the superintendent our support and give them some momentum to see this through. And the question is, what can we do to support you? You are caring for our children. You are taking on the responsibility of the next generation, and you are doing so in such a way that requires late hours, requires the safety of your family to be at threat, requires you to worry about your own family's safety in this process. If there's ways that we can support you all in doing this, I'm here to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 44, please.
Hello, my name is Alan Lehman. I have two children in the high school, and I'm here to both speak in support of our elected board and my faith and trust in them to make good decisions. And then also, there's so many people here. I attended the previous quickly scheduled board meeting last and wanted to fill you in because there's so much confusion about what might have happened there. And it wasn't recorded, so I'll encapsulate a little bit. I was shocked. I was horrified. I was confused. Most typified by the statement, "What in the wide world of sports is going on around here?" But also, I don't have any facts. And one of the things I'm blessed with in this situation is I'm on a need-to-know basis, and there's a whole lot I don't need to know about things that are happening legally, and I'm fine with that because I've elected trusted people. I've helped elect trusted people to handle that. And so trusting them to do that. And the other thing I came here to say is, beyond these things, more people with that mindset, similar to what I'm talking about, need to be speaking up, because I'm fearful of a vocal minority overriding rational voices. And so please speak up. And if you're opposed to what I'm saying, also speak up. I'm ready to hear it. I'm okay with, my wife will beg to differ that I'm not okay with criticism, but please go ahead and speak up. But everyone needs to speak their, let their voice be heard. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 45, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Wheeler, parent to 3. I was trying to figure out how to make my point across without looking like a certain small group of people to try to attack and denigrate public education, as stated by Superintendent Knight on February 7th during his on-air interview on KSBW 8. Because we've all found out this past week that apparently any parent, taxpayer, stakeholder, and current resident of Carmel Unified School District that decides to step up and speak is put into this category. Superintendent, aren't you tired of constantly labeling people who speak up, whether on one side of the fence or the other? We are all parents. We are all taxpayers, stakeholders. I went back to when you held your first town hall in May 2021, and you stated, as recorded by the Sandpiper, under theme number 1, you said, "I will seek out thoughts and opinions to understand the values of each community and stakeholder group." So when you make those kind of comments and then act the way you do toward anyone who speaks up, it makes you look like a liar. Under the additional questions on that same town hall, you stated, "I am eager to build strong and lasting relationship with all stakeholders in the community." Have you accomplished building strong and lasting relationships with all stakeholders? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but even the certain small group of people are still considered stakeholders in both the community and district. So trying to paint them in the light of trying to attack public education in the news and print media is not building, it's dividing. Let's fast forward to when you decided to throw whoever you could in the line of fire instead of owning the decision that you made concerning the issue at River Elementary School. I've been on that campus for 10 consecutive years. I was on the PTA board as secretary and VP over the course of those years. To say that I have been involved is an understatement. So when you decide to speak to the press and say that Mr. Martin knew about this situation, only to offer the retraction later that evening, conveniently, however, after it was already to print, did nothing more than cause division once again and zero confidence in you. You had to backpedal and retract, as you did, not have all of your facts in order, and you decided to go after Mr. Martin, who has nothing but the utmost best interest for his staff and students. This stakeholder will gladly stand with a certain small group of people and continue to speak up against the division you are causing in our very tight-knit community. I am a first-generation Afro-Latina speaking up. So I guess you can throw me into the small minority group category. You love to label us mama bears who come and speak up to get this district back on the right path. Because I'm already put in those categories to begin with. I am almost done. Board members, I ask that you move to call for a vote of no confidence and put him on leave before more destruction can happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 46, please. 46. Oh.
Good evening, I'm Sarah. I'm a mother of children at the middle school and the high school, and I'm a firm supporter of public education both here and obviously in the UK where I'm originally from. I believe that all children and, well, adults and everyone is unique and precious and needs to be respected and treated appropriately and properly and with dignity. I also believe in that sexual violence and sexual harassment has lasting effects not only on the person that's experienced it, but also intergenerationally. That the damage that is done to people through sexual violence damages the way that, if they're not treated properly, damages the way that they develop and interact with people, and has negative effects on their life, can have negative effects on their life chances and the lives of their subsequent families and children. Which is really, and I'm profoundly disappointed that the district has been not able to openly look at this, and it's taken 2 years for this to come to light in such a way when there's been distraction about a lot of other infrastructure, which has taken a lot of time and energy and money. And this whole situation is also taking away considerable resources financially from the district, which should be better and more appropriately used for the education of our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 47.
Thank you. My name is Mark Angel, and my son is at Carmel High, and he went to middle school in Tularcitos. I went to Bay School, River School, middle school, Carmel High School. So, yeah, we've been around for a while, but that's not the point. The point is a few years ago, we had an election, and we elected a board of very high-quality people with the majority of the votes. And they do represent the majority in this community. They do represent the majority in this community. And I'm sorry that one of them felt she had to step down due to the stresses of the position. But I am immensely grateful to her and the rest of the board for their time, their volunteerism, their commitment to our community. And I don't know Ted. I've heard a lot of talk about him. I don't have a lot of information on his situation, but I have to trust that our board does, and they will make the choices they need to make to deal with whatever situations have come up or may have come up. And I also don't know Mr. Lyons very well. We've met once or twice. He's a principal at Carmel High. We've chatted. I think he's a great guy, but at the same time, there are issues at stake here that need to be dealt with. And I presume and I hope that once the investigation is complete, the correct decision will be made to move forward. And I'm not going to try to assume that I don't know whether other decisions have been made that are final, but I do know that, the process will be taken according to the Brown Act and other laws governing this organization, the school board. I've heard here tonight several comments from people, some of them more emotional than others, but I respect all of them. Some of them have indicated issues with poor handling of harassment at Carmel High School, and I'm deeply concerned about that. Some of them have been about issues of support for how things have been handled, and I'm grateful to that. Some of them have been about issues with the management of the administrators. Some have been issues about the teachers' concerns. There's a lot of different things going on here, way more than I can figure out, because I have a lot of respect for everybody involved. And so I just wanted to stand up here and share a moment of perhaps balance. There's a reason the scales are the symbol of justice. And let's find that balance among ourselves. I'm not going to sit here and call for someone to do something when I don't know the truth. However, I have to trust that the board is going to make the decisions they need to make. And if they don't, and we find out later that they weren't making their decisions right, then I will not vote for them next time it comes around. And I don't know if I have the courage to run for school board ever, which I don't think so. But I tell you, thank you guys for doing that, because somebody needs to. And I really appreciate everybody being here. Seeing this involvement is what democracy is about. It is not a spectator sport.
Thank you so much. Number 48, please.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Lemus. I'm an alumni. My kids went through the district and now my grandkids. We have a well-established community business that has been very generously supportive and very proud of CUSD. I'm very concerned that my grandkids and CUSD educational system are at stake, as well as the respected reputation of the district and our valued community. What I've seen and heard is very disturbing. The morale is at its lowest district-wide. I have spent the last week fielding calls and having community members stop by my business to ask what is going on in our schools and why is Ted Knight trying to destroy them. Board members, it's time to stand up and take control now to save our district and our community before it's too late. You would think that our school would be running much better with all the extra administrative staff that he has added. But it's not. It's at its all-time low. When it affects our community values and shows acts of destruction, this grandma's going to step up. This has gone way too far, caused too much turmoil, and needs to be stopped now. He is not doing his job that he's being paid for, and the proof is the morale. It's at its all-time low, and as well as he's breaking people apart instead of bringing unity to the school district. To put the district and community at ease, action needs to be taken immediately. This has been long enough. We voted you in with confidence, so you owe it to us to act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 49, please. 49. Number 50. Are you 50 or 49?
50.
Okay, thanks.
My name's Jennifer Deonto Kemmerly. I'm the mother of 2 daughters. I'm also a daughter. Thank you, school board. I trust you and I trust in the process. I was confused with what was going on between Principal Lyons and the superintendent. So like a lot of parents, I started scrolling. And I thought this was really a process discussion. And what I found is what I fear and what I never thought ever I would see in this community. I saw discrimination. I'm going to read to you as I was scrolling and listening to videos what I came across. I came across a poster. It was a snapshot of a poster from the Be Yourself Club posted on Instagram with the following quote, and you can all find this. It's on the California Parents Union Instagram website. It was posted on February 3rd. The club is called Be Yourself, 5 exclamation points. Be aware instead, 5 exclamation points. This has no place in our schools. What the hell is going on? So, I'm shocked by this, and I'm calling it to your attention because I'm also hearing from students of the Be Yourself Club, because I'm a parent of a member, that even at some of these events, there are adults there perhaps that aren't affiliated with the club or the students. So what I am asking for is for one of you, some of you, or all of you and the parents to be aware of something that is percolating, that has been exposed by this issue, that maybe we were blind to, but I want to raise the visibility on this issue. I will be there in whatever way you guys feel best, because this is super important. And I've heard a few remarks tonight to this effect. So please consider what parents can do, what this board structure can do, what the schools can do to figure out, do we have a discrimination problem? Do we have a safe place for our children to be themselves? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 51, please.
There's a lot of people here. A lot more than I would have expected. My name is Jonathan Lyons. Up until a week ago, I was the principal at Carmel High School. On its worst day, it's the best job ever. On its worst day, it's the best job ever. And I've written 17 versions of this statement, so I'm going to try to cobble them together the best I can. I love Carmel High. I've been a high school educator for 26 years, 9 as a high school history teacher, 16 as an administrator. I know the math doesn't quite check out, but that's cool. And we struggle at high schools. We struggle every day, trying to do what the best we can for our students. There are days we get it right, and there are days we don't. There are days where we revel in the joy of students on the football field, in the classroom, or on the drama stage. And there are days we cry when something happens to them. This last 8 weeks, I have lived a personal hell because I was taken away from the thing that I love most outside of my family. The thing that I've dedicated my life to, the thing that I've dedicated my professional aspirations to. I have told everybody who will ever ask me, I never wanted to be anything but this job at this moment in life. I wanted to retire from this position. I was an outsider to Carmel as well. We moved here 4 years ago from Southern California, and we moved here because it was an opportunity for me to put my stamp and my vision on an institution that had already found success. I've been blessed over the last 3.5 years to work with some amazing people. I've been blessed to work with teachers, aides, cafeteria workers, custodians, secretaries. It has been the greatest joy of my life. And what I am asking of this board, who know me, who have stood side by side through COVID, side by side through the returns and the masks and the rulers of 6 feet apart, to just ask for a second chance to do the job that you brought me here to do. And if you'll permit me 30 seconds, please, because I've been pretty quiet this whole time. I don't bear any ill will to anybody. I don't care what your nationality is. I don't care what your sexual orientation is. I don't care if you're left-handed or right-handed. You come onto the Carmel High School campus, you are part of our home. And it is my job to stand on that wall and defend these students to the best of my ability. And we're going to make mistakes. It's going to happen. And we're going to wake up the next morning and we're going to try to get it right again. And I can give you a laundry list of things that we've done over the last 2 years since those articles were published. I will let my record stand for itself as an advocate for every single kid on our campus. I do not care what your personal story is. I care that you're here and you want to learn and you want to be challenged and you want to be supported. That is what I live for. I'm just asking for the chance to keep doing it. I want to be a part of whatever the solutions are we come up with. Whatever we can do. We are smart people. And we can figure things out and we can move this community forward and we can show these students that this is how we do it. There's nothing we can't solve if we get around a table. There's nothing we can't solve. I'm asking for that chance. You tell me when to show up, I will be there. You tell me to wear a tie, I'll wear a tie, and I hate wearing ties. I will be there. I want to be a part of the conversation. I want to be a part of the solution. I don't know what's going on. You may have uncovered things that I was unaware of, and that's on me because I'm the principal. And at the end of the day, the buck stops with me, and Carl, you can speak to that. And I understand that it's my responsibility to manage my staff, and it's my responsibility to keep track of things, and it's my responsibility to do that. I'm asking for the chance to keep doing that. I'm asking for the chance, Ted, to work with you. I'm asking for the chance, Sharon, to work with you. Be a part of the solutions to move us forward. I bleed this campus. I love this campus. I've turned down work to stay at this campus because I believe in this place and what it is capable of and what it can do. And I believe in these teachers and what they're capable of and what they can do. I'm just asking for the chance. I want to go home. I want to go back to my job, and I want to sit in that office, and I want to watch these folks play soccer, and I want to watch Jack in the play. I just want that chance. The rest of this stuff, I got no business on that. What's going on with that? That's not me. I'm a simple guy. I'm just asking to come back home. I hope you can reconsider that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, John. Number 52, please. Sorry.
Wow, that's a tough act to follow. I grew up here and moved back with my family just in time 6 months later for the pandemic to start. I am sure this is record breaking that so many parents have been so involved with the board, you know, since the shelter in place and the masks and everything. I do not envy the position that any principal or board is in to constantly hear comments to the negative or the positive. I know it's a hard job. It's a hard job, and there are a lot of opinions that are all different. I worked at the high school last year. I worked at the middle school the year before. My children are students at Tularcitos. I support this district. I grew up from this district, and I love the educators that work here. They are amazing. All of the educators and Principal Lyons are here with heart, working hard to do their best to support everyone. I've heard quite a lot of stories tonight. I wanted to say a little bit about my experience, which I have not wanted to say anything publicly, but there is great cause for concern, and I don't know where the buck stops. I've been working in the private sector in Montessori since my early 20s, and this was my first experience back in public, but I know that the staff in the schools are fantastic. I support all of them. They are amazing people. They have heart. They stand up for their students. Last year, I worked for the special ed department, which is the most diverse department at the high school. And they are always there working for the students, whether they're going to get in trouble or not, fighting to make sure that anyone who thinks differently is different. Also protecting students who have different genders, who have, not the typical. They are there to support the students, to make sure that in this district, they get the education they deserve and they feel safe. So I've spoken before about this district needs to be safe for all students. I hope that survey results from the anti-hate task force will continue to make some headway. And I know that the staff is trained constantly, and I hope that they continue doing. I lost my job, and I did not know why. It was confidential. I was dropped the Friday afternoon before the finals, which meant I could not support my students. I was not given a reason. I've tried to find out a reason. I've done public records. I've spoken to a lawyer. I've made a civil rights complaint because I don't know if it's discrimination. I don't know if it's silencing, censorship. I have no idea. I can't prove anything. I know that I worked hard. I gave it my all. I loved the students. I supported them. I also took all of my lunch breaks to listen to their clubs because I wanted to know what they were thinking and how they felt, and I wanted to stand up for them. So I hear other people being silenced and losing their jobs for the same reason. I think something needs to give. We need to look into this. So, thank you. Thank you. And I'm almost done. I just want to say, since that moment, I have tried to find, I was kicked off the sub list. I have been reapplying for jobs. I had to reapply for my own job. I have applied for maybe 25, 30 positions since then because I was told that I could. Not one callback, no interview, nothing. All automated responses. Something is going on here that needs to be looked at.
Number 53, please. Do we have 53 or 54? No. 55. Oh, sorry. What's
It's not 54. This is the last one.
Oh,
Let me
okay.
fix another one.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't going to speak specifically after Principal Lyons. I think he did a great job. My name is Drew Lander. I just want to say, so of course, I think I've said before, I spoke before here to the board. I've got 6 children in the district. I have 2 in the elementary school, 2 in the middle school, and 2 at the high school. So, and they get good grades and they play sports. So I have a pretty good understanding. I mean, if my kids are getting the education that this school district is supposed to provide, because they're getting good grades. If they're getting D's, then I would be like, we're not doing our part. But they are, and and there are things. There's a number of things that I have concerns about. But I'll spare all that. The one thing I just wanted to say was, I was thinking several months ago, and this isn't political, but when President Biden said, he's speaking to the nation, he said that there's no place in our society, in our politics for violence. Half the nation was thinking about January 6th, and the other half was thinking about everything that happened in Oregon and Washington and all those things like that. And both sides were right. And that's what I'm hearing tonight. I mean, everybody here wants the best for these children. Everybody here wants a safe space. Everybody believes, I don't know any parents. I honestly, I've been in this district for over 10 years, and I don't know any parents that are racist or that are bigots. I know parents that are very passionate about what they believe, and that is, I do believe in some ways does fall on deaf ears. There are, it is important to hear both sides. It's important to hear the new issues that the board, that I think you're trying to address. It's also important to hear the old issues and to understand what has happened in the past. And that's all I ask the board to do. I just want to add, my testimony to that. I do love this school. I know that there are great teachers. The school does want to provide good education. But I recognize there's a lot of attrition, a lot of turnover, a lot of new teachers. And I really feel that there's a need for mentorship for those new teachers to make sure that they are bringing that education that we're paying for, that we expect. And I also ask the board to realize that, yes, you're here to support the students, but you're also here to support every taxpayer in the district, and what they expect. Our property values are dependent on it. So I appreciate the work you do, but please listen to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else wishing to address the board for public comment? We're done. Yeah. Yes, that works. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anthony Carnazzo. I am a husband and father to 3 children, the eldest of which is at River School, and the other one shortly behind. Wasn't particularly expecting to speak tonight. I do want to compliment everybody that did. It's not comfortable to be up here. There's a lot of strange energy in the room all around. I said something similar last week because I was really curious when I came to the meeting that was held outside in the cold with no microphone and was rather opaque. I didn't like that. I like things when things are transparent, even if they're uncomfortable. It seemed to be willful, those particular decisions. I'd want to point that out, and at the very least, poorly planned, which is of another concern. in particular for people who are in charge of educating and caring for our children and making sure that they're safe in their various school environments. As a default, I love everybody. I find characters fascinating. Kind of the kookier, the better. I'll talk to anybody, and more than that, I'll listen as well. I wanted to wait to speak tonight if I did at all because I wanted to hear what everybody had to say. And in thinking about what I heard last week and again tonight, there seems to be a pattern of behavior which is just really disappointing. When you're in a leadership position, it's less what you say, but it's more what you do. And I hear and have read various platitudes which sound really lovely, spoken by Mr. Knight. And in general, I tend to agree with them, and in some cases even applaud them. What I've seen, in fact, is less than transparent at best, deceptive at worst, and that's incredibly troubling to me. If nothing else, a person should be able to stand on their good name, and I want to point out the fact that Mr. J. Marden was defamed very, very publicly. And while there was a convenient retraction after the paper had already gone out, nobody reads the retraction. So I'll let that sink in. Nobody ever reads the retraction, except for maybe just a handful. Is there a public apology coming for the man that spent 26 years caring for our children? Well, I don't expect an answer now. I'm sure this is, on a human level, incredibly uncomfortable for you. I just want to say that as well. And I'm sure yeah. Oh, real quick. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sure we disagree on any number of things, but I said in my opening sentences, I'd still love to talk with you, make you a cup of coffee. I'm sure we can find common ground. But there appears to be a pattern of behavior where you're either silencing consent or silencing other voices, and you're given your bully pulpit as the lead person in this entire school district. You've used that to defame a good man, and I've heard other whispers, which I won't even get into, but that's the one that really, really concerns me. You've also sown some particularly bad decision-making, not least of which transferring somebody who had at that point only been accused of various sexual harassment claims from a high school to a grammar school where my child goes to kindergarten. You've still not accounted for that. And you may be, I understand, legally bound by certain things, but the things that you have said have only whipped up that much more sentiment on wherever people fall, in your particular opinions. The words that you used and the actions that you've taken, I think are deplorable. I know you're only able to say so much right now. Sometimes it's better to say nothing rather than to make things worse, because you whipped up a firestorm in this really sweet little community and you made all sorts of accusations. Am I a scary parent? Are you going to call the police on me now? Don't do that stuff. You're new here. I want to give you grace. Move here. That might be the first step. Bring your family here. Become part of this community.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Before
Thank
you
you.
start defaming people. Please take that guidance. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. I think, okay. You can head over there. Feel free to head over there. Okay.
Just 2 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
You have
teach
3
accounting.
minutes.
My name's Lindsay Peelman. I teach accounting, and I just want to say it's super hard to turn people gay teaching accounting.
Thank you. I think we are on number 56.
So my number is first, but I don't mind if you go first. You want to go first? Okay.
I really did not expect to speak tonight. Carl knows me. Jay knows me. Marvin knows me. Teachers in the school district know me. I am an outspoken, but attempt to be a very balanced person. I am an outsider originally to this community, but I have taken a child from Carmelo through graduation in 2020. The divisiveness through all of those years, all of those issues, being asked from boards to speak at meetings in Salinas on behalf of River School, on behalf of issues. I've done at least my share, and that's not to get a compliment. It's to say I have eyes, and I've been here a long time, and I've seen a lot of good, bad, and other things go on. I never pulled my child from this district. We were proud, Padre and on. But that doesn't mean we don't all have to look at our choices, our actions, and the impact of not only our words, which should always be carefully chosen, but our actions. Our children's eyes, whether they're the littlest at Carmelo or getting ready to springboard into university or trade or whatever their choices are, they watch. Words aren't really what they hold on to. They hold on to what they see. We have not, as board members, and I thank you for your service, but we have not been listening. Superintendent, the buck stops with you, sir. District positions, whether you've been here a day, a week, a year, 28 years, you have to listen. We stop our lives to come here because we care too. You are not more important. You are not above us. It is not, team has no I in it, Superintendent Knight or any other person. What are we teaching our children? I came as a non-Save Carmel member to speak, and I felt bullied at the meeting I spoke at. And I'm a grown adult, professional human being. I am not a student. I am always a student. I'm always learning, but within the district. My point, since I didn't prepare things, is simply this. How are we treating others? Would we want to be treated that way? We understand, every one of us in this room, that you can't disclose every fact, but there's not disclosing for legal reasons, and there's pot stirring, and there is impressions left, maybe intentionally. I had hoped not, but I am not liking what I'm seeing, and the level of divisiveness in this community, not just through this handling of a principal, but many things, Mr. Knight, since you've arrived, have been divisive. And our teachers don't deserve it, our students don't deserve it, and neither do the voters, the citizens, and the taxpayers, period.
Thank you so much.
So I wasn't planning on speaking. I'm Nora Ward. I've been teaching at the high school for over 20 years now. And I just feel like I need to say that this is not something that has happened in just the past 2 years. This has been going on for the 20 years that I've been there. And back to my first experience at the high school being harassed. And I have to say that in the past 2 years, I've seen more action than I've seen in the past 20 years. And it's because of you. And this man has been one of the biggest supporters of victims that I've ever seen, myself included. And so I listen to students
I stand out for students. My heart, everything I do is for students. And so I truly believe that if something is going on and a student feels that he didn't do, I don't think he knew. I truly don't, because there's a lot that goes under the rug and that people don't see. So I just want to say that this is not the past 2 years. This is the past 20 years, and probably way before I was there. So we do need to do something. And I know that we brought Ted in to do something, and it's going to hurt, right? I tell my students, if you're not uncomfortable, you're not learning. We need to learn, and we need to do better. And that's all I can say. I plan to be here for another 20 years, and I don't want my kids going through this. And I see a lot of the parents talking, and I know your kids, and we just need to listen to them. They know. That's it.
Thank you so much. No. Is there anybody else wishing to address the board? I think we're at the end of the line with the numbers. 58.
58 is me.
58. Thank you, Rita.
Okay. I wasn't going to prepare anything, but since I was a former board member, I did, just in case. So my name is Rita Patel, former school board member and parent of 4 children who all attended pre-K through kindergarten at CUSD. I'm here to share that I've been disappointed in what I've been reading in the newspaper and share my support for all the students in the cases before you, and also show my support for John Lyons, Jay Martin, and all the staff and the faculty that have affected by their employment at CUSD. So obviously, I don't know all the details, and I just know bits and pieces from the media and what's being said in the community. So I'm not here to make any judgments, but I am here to share and encourage you to keep things out of the media for the sake of all the families that have been affected. Sadly, in my opinion, Dr. Barb DelVarga was released abruptly and made it difficult for her to pursue other opportunities. I see the exact same happening with John Lyons. He was abruptly put on leave right before the holidays, and unfortunately his name is being dragged through the mud, and statements made by the district insinuated misconduct, which later on was clarified and retracted. Sadly, it's already in the community, and his name has been tarnished, which will also make it difficult for future employment. Both of these individuals left their respective communities and moved to our community. That takes a lot of courage, commitment, and trust. I was also an outsider and new to the community, so it takes a lot to adjust. I'm saddened to see how CUSD welcomed them and treated both of them. I don't believe John Lyons should be released, and he should be reinstated. If there are any deficiencies in his performance, he should be afforded extra training and development. And for the students at our high school, and also middle school and even river school, we should be having robust programs in place for tolerance and acceptance for all people, regardless of race, religion, and gender. For my days on the board, we spent a lot of time and resources in wraparound programs and services for students. And for the staff, we provided all the necessary tools and staff development to keep up with the changing paradigms in education. I implore you to take measured and fiscally responsible approach in dealing with issues at hand, and strongly consider the domino effect of each of the decisions you will make. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Is there anybody else wishing to address the board for public comment? All right. On behalf of the board, I would like to let you all know that we are listening, and we were all anxious to hear from you this evening. I assure you that previous speaker didn't have it right. I know for a fact Seabury and I have been attending listening sessions. We attended one at the high school today with staff. Seabury attended one earlier this week at River School. We want to hear from you. We are listening, and we understand that there needs to be a better path forward. So I thank all of you for being here this evening, for sharing your thoughts, your passionate stories, and intimate moments with us, because it truly, truly does matter to us, and we really care what you have to say. So thank you so much to all of you for being here tonight. feels like an awkward transition, but we are going to have to move forward with our agenda items. So I'll move forward, or we can take a quick, do you want to take a quick pause while everybody leaves? Okay, we'll keep moving. Okay, agenda item 2, this is our consent calendar. This is where the board bundles a number of items and acts upon them together in one motion through the use of the consent calendar. These agenda items are routine, deemed to be non-controversial, for which board discussion is not anticipated, and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any members of the board request that specific items be removed for discussion. So with that, may I please get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
And I will second.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yeah.
Thank you. Agenda item 3.
What is 3? Do we?
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll just keep moving. Agenda item 3, this is our action discussion and information item. So agenda 3A, this is J13A, request for allowance of attendance because of emergency conditions. We are taking action on this evening, so I'll welcome Yvonne Perez to the podium. And I apologize. We're going to listen to the finance presentation now. Thank you.
Yes, tonight we have the J13, which is the request for allowance of attendance due to emergency conditions. It's required by the California Department of Education due to the state of emergency that was ordered by the governor, and also our closing of schools for 2 days during that time. And so this does require a board action to approve our request for the J13 that will then go on to the CDE for approval.
Great. Thank you, Yvonne. Does the board have any questions? Okay. If not, I'll go ahead and take a motion to approve the J13A request for allowance of attendance as presented.
Make a motion to approve as presented.
A second.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 3B, this is resolution number 23-01. This is the authorization to establish a trust account in the Carmel High School ASB for the purpose of fundraising on behalf of Monterey County's Kids Now and Kids Need program. We'll be taking action on this as well.
Yes, this is a resolution before you, a request from the high school ASB to conduct a fundraiser and donate the money. And because it's public funds, there has to be a resolution from the board to approve that. And so this is for their 6th annual Carmel High School Empty Bowl Soup and Bread Supper. And I am requesting approval of this resolution.
I want to go ahead and make a motion, talking to the ASB president here who has endorsed it. So I'll make a motion on resolution 23-01 for approval as presented.
I second.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. I'll welcome Craig Chavez up to the podium. This is agenda item 3C. This is the 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 school academic calendars presentation. And we will be taking action on this evening.
So the School Calendar Advisory Committee met for the first time to review previously established school calendar development parameters. The committee members at that time also discussed how we would go about gathering information from individuals and input if there needed to be adjustments to those parameters as we started the process of developing recommendations for the board. When we got into that process, we established a means to determine where those priorities would land. They kind of fell into categories under requirements. Those are things that we don't have any flexibility around, such as 180 days in a school year. Non-negotiables Those are things that really are non-starters for individuals as a part of that input, and like to have but flexible. So those things that, if they're possible within the development of a calendar, that they would be good for everybody involved. But there was some flexibility if we had to make some choices, and those would be some of those items under consideration. So 128 certificated, classified, and administrative staff provided input, and the respondents represented all district work sites. The list there that is provided, it was also actually on the information with regards to the topics, are those items that were settled on by the committee after gathering input from the variety of stakeholders as noted. Some of those you'll see haven't changed in terms of where spring break will fall or where February break will fall. Some have changed more recently, such as Thanksgiving break being a full week off as opposed to a shortened week. Some new items actually came in, requests, and maybe they were old items, but they came back as a part, like something we had a trade-off, but we really didn't like that trade-off. One example is that the elementary sites have an interest in starting the week, the first week of school, kind of partway through the school week, as opposed to starting on a Monday and really going that entire week. So that was something that came up out of that process. So if you can go to the calendar, the first one, which is the 23-24 school calendar, and you should be able to actually, make that slightly larger for me, please, because it's not small enough, right? A lot of information that goes on there. So this is a recommendation from the committee that's required through the process of meeting with our bargaining units. The first school day, as you can see there, would be on August the 9th. The final school day, if you were to scroll down, would be on June the 7th. We were able to accomplish in the development of this calendar pretty much everything that was requested on all portions of that list, whether they were required, non-negotiables, or like-to-haves. And so there are some changes in regards to the calendar. There was also one other kind of small consideration. We've been asked, I know that Yvonne Perez has gotten requests from the state for us to start taking a look at an opportunity when we run into days for closure due to fire, due to flood, for a variety of different reasons, that we have some sort of a process in identifying potential makeups if that was an absolutely necessary item. So there are 3 days that are in the calendar right now that are open for additional discussion. It's not a determination at this point, but those days being December 22nd, February 26th, and April 12th, which are those additional days on those prior week-long kind of established holidays. If for some reason we get into a circumstance, we can engage with our bargaining units at the direction of the board in regards to kind of what we do at that particular time. Like I said, nothing's been determined, but it does give us some flexibility in the structure of the calendar itself. Also, what you'll see and some of the like-to-haves, and I don't know if this is from a parent perspective, a nice like-to-have. As an example, one of the requests was that the day after Halloween actually be a shorter day. And so you'll see that established in both calendars. So November the 1st is actually a staff development day in the afternoon. Students still have to come in the morning, but it is a shorter day on that particular day after perhaps some activities that maybe went a little bit longer than regular school nights. So we were able to accomplish quite a few of those things that really everybody was looking for. So the recommendation is for a 23-24 calendar with one update, and this is, if you take a look at, I apologize, the February break, you'll see that the dates highlighted in blue are February 19th to the 26th. It is the one item I missed as I was going ahead and kind of double checking all of the dates. You'll see just next to it, it says February 16th through the 23rd. So that will need to be updated for a final product, but the dates highlighted in blue are correct. Any questions?
I just have one question. Was the calendar, did it gain consensus with both unions? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I believe I listed who was a part of the process in gathering information, but yes, it did.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, Craig, I just had one question, or actually two questions too. I know there's a lot of comments and concerns about the December ending date, so close to Christmas. So I appreciate that you really, we had a group of people look at that and respond to that. I also am curious with the week that we have for Thanksgiving. So that was also a collective, okay, process. So it seems like majority of people are in favor of that.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
It was something they didn't want to give up.
If there aren't any more questions, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved with the in blue corrections.
And I will second.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll go into agenda item 4. This is closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, I will go ahead and identify our closed session items for this evening. This is agenda item 4A, public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1, and public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, superintendent. So we will adjourn to close, and we will see you when we reconvene for open. Thank you. Coming out of closed, for agenda item 4A, we have nothing to report out. For agenda item 4B, the Board of Education has decided to begin the process to retain an independent external consultant to conduct a review of the superintendent's actions in relation to recent personnel matters. And I'll consider this meeting adjourned. Thank you.